Okay. This is really not going to stay elevated. Like, where do we start? There has been some stuff in this game that I'm working on that has been broken for a long time. And sometimes you just don't want to deal with this game that I'm working on. There has been some stuff in this game that I'm working on that has been broken for a long time. And sometimes you just don't want to deal with things that are broken. And so you just let them slide forever. But then eventually the time comes to fix those things and you feel really good even about the opportunity to fix it. Even
That's true, actually.
man. It's a long-standing issue. Oh man.
I'm just going to do a little bit of video editing before people show up.
Standing issue.
Man, this program is so bad. It's so bad.
Man.
If only Adobe had 23,000 people
I
who
think
could
I
work on this
introduced a
program.
frame rate problem into.
So I'm just cutting out a few pieces where we like didn't do that much.
I think it is
For the YouTube people to not have to sit through everything.
So, we've been making this game.
That's where we start again.
So,
Yeah.
So, we've been making this game. I've been working on it for a while.
There's a couple other little snack breaks. Control K to cut all at the time. What does cut all mean at the time? What didn't I like about Seattle? There wasn't much for me to do there. It just wasn't that interesting. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, I'm one of these people who ends up with certain habits in life, and I do the same things all the time. And the things that transposed into when I was in Seattle ended up not being that good. Where was the next break? Maybe I'll just scan for quiet times. There's a quiet time. Look, I got up. Let's cut that out. I got up to get a pen. I remember this.
Isn't really a different color. Here. Okay, so this D, this basically isn't really a different color. Oh, I've got this blue ballpoint right here. Let's see. That's a little bit different.
All right, let's look for other breaks. There's one.
High as you can get it.
Although maybe not that long of one.
Why does it not just get out of the screen? Because, let me see if I can explain it from this.
I'll leave in this.
Sometimes I have to think about things.
Thinking about how to explain something. We'll leave that in for entertainment value. Are you kidding? Are we getting curfew alarms? I might have to move to a civilized country. You can replay at different speeds. It doesn't matter because this thing cannot play in real time anyway. Like I hit play and it lags and stutters and stalls for like 10 seconds and then plays my video. Like speed control is way beyond what this program is actually capable of. You know what I'm saying? I feel like there was one more thing to cut out. Okay, let's cut the end.
I'm going to enjoy the remainder of the cheesecake as my reward for doing this explanation. And see you all later.
All right. Cut that. There was one other break. I remember. It's in here somewhere. That looks like it could be a break. Yeah, I got up. Okay.
But if there are serious questions, let me know.
All right.
Is this ignoring refraction? Yeah.
Okay, I think that's it. All right. There we go. Ship it. From using older versions of Premiere, I like never trust that it's actually going to export the whole video. H.264. What bit rate should I export as to put something on YouTube if it's 1080p? Like I always feel like that this is too small. 12? What, really 12 only? That's the best YouTube can handle. All right. 12.00. It's not like this is a particularly intensive video, right? Like it's me drawing on a notepad with some, it's not like a crazy first-person video game scene. So it should be okay. If it's 4K, you can upload a lot more. Yeah, I only recorded at 1080, unfortunately. Oh, hello, raiding people. What's going on, people of the raid? People of the high seas. We're exporting our YouTube video. And it's only going to take 27 minutes. Oh, and I can't iconify the window, okay? Adobe, look it up. Adobe Inc. has 22,000 employees. All right? 22,000 employees, and I can't iconify the window while I'm saving a video. I also couldn't, like the first time I imported the video. So first of all, it was MKV, which this program doesn't even know how to load. So I tried to use VLC to convert it, and then it loaded and the audio was desynced. It was like a whole full second off by the end of the 3-hour video. So then I'd use this stupid Handbrake program to format convert it. Like, I mean, I understand why. They only have 22,000 employees. How can they possibly make software that like loads a video correctly? What's going on? How'd the quarantine simulator? I don't know. Does the quarantine simulator game have an official name? I don't know the official name. And does it have looters now, or like what? Does it have cheesecake? Because I'll tell you what, our graphics tutorial has a lot of cheesecake. Because what I learned from watching the news this past week is that people really want cheesecake, and they will go to great lengths to get cheesecake, resorting to violence if necessary. So you just offer people some cheesecake in your content offerings on the internet, and your popularity will just go through the roof. This is what I've discovered. Cheesecake? You don't know about the cheesecake? I can't find the video. I can't find the clip. YouTube. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This tells you everything you need to know. You were asking earlier today if things were okay in the US and were people rioting and why. And this tells you everything you need to know about why people are rioting.
Well, that is saying something, given the experience you have covering these protests, Deborah. And it sounds like from your experience, you see someone actually walking away with a cheesecake there after the Cheesecake Factory was looted. Unclear where they may have gotten that, but from your...
Okay. So there you go. I hope that was worth the build-up. Unclear where the cheesecake may have come from. All right, I'm going to get a drink out of the fridge. Actually, I did just get a drink out of the fridge. I forgot. It's right here. Thanks. I'm glad you liked the rendering tutorial. So for people who just showed up here, I am exporting this video right now, or I'm saving it out, I'm compressing it, and then we'll upload it to YouTube. And then, you know, YouTube takes about 157 hours to process a video after you upload it. So sometime in the next year, our 3-hour tutorial about like what is a game engine even doing to draw 3D graphics is going to go up. And that was fun to do. I mean, it's not a full tutorial on that because there's just so much to know, but we covered like sort of from the beginning, like how does stuff end up as pixels? Like how do you go from an idea of an object in the world to pixels? So, yeah. Okay, well, what we're going to do today is we are actually, so the reason why I did this tutorial that you'll be able to see sometime in the next year is because I was going to work on some rendering of objects underwater versus above water.
And I explain it in more detail in this, but usually when I do a coherent thing like that, that's going to make a good isolated presentation that I could upload to YouTube later, then I do the intro. But then the more I thought about doing the intro, I thought, hey, we could have fun with this if we like really go all out and do a full intro. So I just went all the way back. We actually go all the way to quantum field theory in this video. So we go from quantum field theory to pixels on the screen. It was fun to do. Yeah, we talk about rasterization and projection and other things. And now we're actually going to do a little bit of programming. So I did a little test off stream of pixel discard, and I got that working. Oh wow! All our compile speeds are going to be slow because Premiere is using all the cores. That a purple steel case. I don't know what you're asking about. Am I doing stuff with DirectX? This is OpenGL right now, but I do not like OpenGL and do not recommend it. Okay, so you can see down there, these are actually like kind of in the water. The little white foam around it is a different thing that would make more sense if you could actually see. It's like this stuff here, sort of. Now, the reason that's happening is because I set this so I can turn this off. I could say discard is inactive, and then you get the thing that we showed where these rocks or these gem crystal-y things are kind of in the water, but like kind of above the water. And so when I turn on discard right now, they're partially above the water. But what I want to do is go in and make it all work. I want to render them twice, once below the water, and then draw the ocean, and then go once above the water. And then once that works correctly, we can then do a more complicated marshalling of these objects so that we handle multiple levels of ocean correctly and so forth. Are we dropping frames? We're dropping a little bit of frames, yeah. Why don't I stop recording locally? The Premiere might be causing us to choke a little bit. Yeah. Okay, we're just chilling now and doing this thing. Okay, so let's look at how we draw translucent stuff, because I do not remember. Is it called transparent? I gotta refresh my memory. Let's close Handbrake. Translucent. Draw entities translucent. Okay, that's what we're looking for. Let's close this. Draw entities translucent. Okay. This is like some special effects stuff that we might deal with later. We're not going to worry about any of this yet.
particles. Mirror reflections, which can't happen below water. Where's the... What's going on? Okay. This is like what we're looking for. Potentially visible entities. If it needs a translucent render pass, we draw it. So this all happens after the ocean. So we're going to want to do this before the ocean as well. Okay. So we're going to call this Did I not end up making it that specialized? It was never that specialized. It's always been supposed to have been a C++ replacement. It's just we use video games as a way of keeping it real, of making sure that the design decisions that we make actually make sense. Okay, draw entities translucent below water. I don't know what this offset index is for. Whatever, maybe that's used somewhere. We're going to filter these out before we call these. Okay. We're going to pass them here. All right. So, well, it's going to be the same as this, except different. Let's call these entities translucent. We need to pass this parameter now. So we need to do this. We're going to say, for all the potentially visible entities, array add translucence, comma, hits. Then we're going to go quick sort translucence by E is an entity, and we'll map it to dot product minus dot product. We want to sort from far to near from the camera. So we need the forward vector for the camera, which I honestly don't remember. Camera.forward vector. E.position. Oh, E.position minus camera.position. It's probably not what it's called. Oh, it is position. All right. So we're just saying, what's the delta from the camera to this guy? Dot product that with the camera direction. That'll give you a higher number the further you are along the axis of the camera, which is a thing that we talked about a bunch in yesterday's presentation. How are things, everybody? Okay, so then we got to pass that to here. But we also, where do we draw the ocean? It would be before this, right? Beams, draw ocean. Does that happen in draw entities translucent? Nope, it's just here. So draw oceans at line 2580. We are at 2649. So it's up here a bit. There we go. Okay, so before we draw ocean, we need to put together these translucents. Because we need to draw them before the ocean and after the ocean. Whoops, we forgot to put our sort. Okay. What do we call it? Translucent below water. Okay, this still isn't going to do anything correct that helps us because we haven't actually set the variables that tell us to do something different. So we're just drawing these entities twice. Wow, this is either taking a really long time or the compiler is wedged. Premiere. Hogging the CPU. Maybe it's causing the compiler to have problems. Really? I think I did something that triggered a compiler bug, everybody. That doesn't happen very often these days. Well, all right. Let's build a debug compiler, make sure that's up to date, and see what happens when we run that. Or we'll just let it run for a while, because who knows? It might just be... I feel like it's infinite looping on something stupid, though. It is taking a long time to respond to Control-C, though, so it could be Premiere just killing us. infinite looping would be interesting. It wouldn't be that interesting because it just means something hopefully trivial is wrong. Oh, we're almost done. Just 2 more minutes and then we are free. And then we are free. And then I will dare to upload it to YouTube. Okay, well, it's really not helping. So let's see what happens. I don't know if I have weird breakpoints. I do have weird breakpoints. Let's delete them all. Deleting them all. It might be blocked trying to access the drive. I mean, it's not really loading a lot of files. But on a modern computer in the year 2020, there's no telling. There's no telling what your computer can't do. Have I done any more secret hunting? No, when I played it, not all the secrets were even there, and there was some stuff that shouldn't have been there that spoiled it. It's like, ugh. The game was not appropriate for secret hunting when I was trying to secret hunt it, and that kind of turned me off that activity. I mean, parts of it were cool. We solved some cool puzzles, but yeah. Okay, well, let's see where the compiler is. Send messages. That's a really weird place to be. Are we using a lot of RAM or something? Like what? We're using a lot of RAM. This is a really interesting bug. Almost everything has compiled, but we're infinite looping on a small number of things. Okay. For example, something in editor commands. Let's see which command. Line 105. Select all by type. Okay, that's weird. I mean, it's not that weird, but... Well, we could see what that's stalled on. Let's see. A run directive. Okay, that's not that weird. So this says it's waiting for a run directive. I don't see one in here, which means maybe it's in the macro for this for loop or something. Well, there are these assert directives. I mean, we shouldn't have to wait on those because they're constant, but we make run directives for them anyway. That's very weird. Let's look at what else is stalled. Init command, okay. I mean, if not all the commands are done, I understand that not being there. Editor save, line 166. Load entities. Oh, it's the same thing. So that for loop is like not compiling for some reason. The general, what that we did would cause that not to compile is the question. Because this is definitely something I need to debug later, but I don't know if I want to derail and do it now. Although maybe I should. I wanted to do the water stuff though. Okay. So one question is, why don't we terminate? Like, we keep, let's at least find that out. Because what's supposed to happen is, look, we have 6 inputs. We keep throwing 6 things back. So we should stall and say, we probably just type out a variable name, honestly, right? It's just something is keeping us from reporting. Okay, this is what's, okay. My suspicion is there is a bug that is keeping us under certain conditions. No, I don't know. Anyway, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to write down that I need to fix this. I'm going to copy the source of the entire Sokoban game, which will be fast, right? So that I have a repro for this later on. And then we're just going to figure out what the problem was just by looking at the variable names and stuff. Let's try commenting this stuff out. This is the old-fashioned way of, there we go, we compile. Okay. Let's try anytime you have something really weird going on, you binary search your program. Okay, so, okay, so the problem is the following thing. I'm trying to use a local variable called camera here, and we don't do like lambdas, right? So that's not good. just do this. So we just have to make this not be a local variable. So we just copy that. Oh, it still doesn't, it's not, maybe that's not the actual problem or the only problem. Maybe it's something with quick lambda, that there's a bug there. Let's see. We use semicolons every day. All right. Why does -1 times dot product seem more correct? That's not true. All right, so there's something about quick lambda here that's not working, which is not that surprising. And actually, it's been on my list to redo quick lambda in a way that is more robust fundamentally. So this might be the thing. That promotes that, that provokes that. All right. So now we're rendering these guys twice, but it's stupid because we're just rendering them the same way twice. You know, I put this thing in entity parameters. That's maybe not the right place for it. So this is something that we do per entity, but this is like global parameters, level parameters. I think it goes in global parameters. Anyway, so what I did is I said there's a discard is active value and then a discard plane. So global parameters. Let's just try. So we're going to do update global parameters. Equals 1 global parameters dot discard plane dot z is -1 first, right? And then oh, this is the ocean texture. That's okay, never mind. Here we draw the opaque entities. Okay. like, what? In all wrapping offsets. This looks just wrong to me. Okay. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Translucence. So this part is in the wrong place. We want to do that after the opaque entities. Actually, I want to make sure there's no shenanigans at the end of there. Okay. Should be okay. So we draw the entities opaque. We do our translucent stuff. And then we say discard is no longer active. And just to be paranoid, we'll do this again. Do I still need the thread safety variable? That's not a thread safety variable, but yes. I still need to do that camera thing that I did. All right, I probably messed this up. But let's see what happens. I want to check when those entities get flagged as translucent. Sure is taking us a while to run. Okay, well, we're seeing the whole entity. All right. Oh, you know, I forgot to clear the flag, by the way. Let's do this. So when does this get set? Needs translucent. Wait, I pasted this twice. Okay, this is the opaque. And then I did it here again. Wait, what? Did I like massively paste a ton of things? What is happening? Here's my first thing. Draw entities opaque. Are we drawing all the entities twice? What the frickin' frack is happening? Draw entities opaque, do all this, draw the sky, resolve depth, color, ocean. Post resolve. Oh, this is a different phase. I don't know what the hell that's supposed to do. What the hell does post resolve do? Materials that need to access the frame buffer. I see. Okay, so we don't want to recreate this translucence array here for sure. But we do want to draw these. So we have to draw these things frickin' 3 times. Okay. We'll clean this up later because, yeah, because. Okay. Do that in there. Let's put this out here so people can get at it. All right. So this probably still looks wrong. So now I want to test. So we're supposedly drawing this twice with the discard active and potentially flipped. Now that may not be working. Let's be clear about that. I want to go in and check, like if I turn off this below water function, if I just return, then if we see the whole thing, that means the above water is not having discard correctly. Which seems, oh, wait, it's inverted. It's inverted. Okay, so the plane, actually, let's, what was the frickin' material? Crystal General. So we're dotting the discard plane and we're keeping the positive half. That's what I would want. So why is it backward? Could I talk about how big was Ed McMillan's role on Braid as a final product? I mean, he was more like involved earlier to middle of development. Right? Like, it wasn't like he was crunching to finish the game or something. That was not how that development was, right? It was like he did art stuff like early when we were trying to figure out the look of the game and, you know, toward the middle. Like, I assume, I don't remember the chronology of things, but I mean, he always had his own games that he was working pretty seriously on. I don't remember which ones they were at that time. Maybe some that I can't mention because they never came out, but might be worked on more. I don't know. There's at least one game that he had in the background there that I still want to see. It would be especially good today. Okay, so things are not doing what we wanted to for several reasons. Let me just test. We could see if it's that the variable is wrong or what. So I'm going to run this. The thing that we're looking at is these crystals on the right that, see how you can like barely see holes in the top? Those are the parts that are actually above water, and they are not appearing. And then the parts that are below water, strangely, are not being affected by the water as I would hope. So that's a whole different thing to say what the hell's going on there. Maybe the post-resolve thing is screwing with that. Let me, just in case, put one of these in the scene as well, because these stick way above the water. In fact, let's make a row of them since we're doing rows of things. And that guy isn't getting chopped at all, but oh, that's a different material. Material basic tint A, shader basic, materials basic. All right, we can just put this in there too. So instead of this, I'm just going to say for a minute, if discard plane.z is greater than 0.5 or less than minus 0.5 discard. All right. Whoops, not period. Not period, semicolon. We use semicolons every day. Still didn't work. Oh, I need parens. We use parentheses every day. Okay, so I really don't know what I'm looking at there. I assume that's just the tops of the things, which is what I would expect. No. So now I've flipped it around, and I was expecting to see the tops chopped off, but that's not really what I see. Oh, wait, no matter what. Okay, never mind. This is maybe right. Because we're not actually putting position into the discard computation here. Let me just say if vertex position.z is less than 0, discard. What is going on? Maybe. Oh, because we're drawing the entire other one. What a mess this is becoming. Okay. There we go. So that's that. This is confusing me because this should be happening before the water. So why isn't the water like covering it? And the answer might be it is, but the Z buffer computation, blah, blah, blah. Is negative. Is there any particular reason why I'm preferring discard over GL clip distance? GL clip distance is implemented like in user mode in the driver, as far as I know. And you don't have control over it, and you get hairline cracks and stuff, as far as I know. And also with this, we can like blend it. Okay, here's what we're going to do. If the discard plane .z is negative, we're going to color it red, which it is. You can see it's red with like some lighting on it. I turned off the other discard. Oh, but we never draw that one because I made it return. Okay, this is all making more sense now. Can I move the camera closer? Can you move the characters fast? Yeah, you can move the characters fast. Okay, so this is actually weird, though. Because okay, what we're seeing here is just the shadow rendering and maybe some Z buffer that's affecting the shore map. We're not drawing any pixels of this actual thing at all. And that's a problem. Because discard plane is supposed to be pointing upward. So I actually want to make a debug build and see if somebody's resetting that. Oh, this is the wrong thing. Wrong thing. All right. So we're rendering this using semicolons every day. Let's break here. Right, so discard plane. Okay. It's still 1. So this is weird because like, okay, supposedly this is happening. And we're drawing these translucently. So whoops. I've got syntax error. All right. So this is what it was originally supposed to be. And we should only be drawing the above water version. And so we're not, I wonder if this isn't getting uploaded correctly, right? These are supposed to be equivalent. This is supposed to be a plane with a normal 0, 0, 1 and a d coordinate of 0, right? And so this is just testing if the z is less than 0, if this is correct. But, oh, wait. Interesting. Okay, so this is correct. So right now I'm saying, hey, if the vertex position is less than 0, then discard. The water is not at 0, right? So that's something we have to adjust for. You see the water, as you can see on the left, is a little bit below the top of the cube, and this is clipping these to the top of the cube. But that's easy to fix. The thing that's happening here, though, is well, I mean, the values just have to be wrong. The values that are in these parameters just have to be wrong. Right? So let me just try this. Discard plane.w should be 0, so this shouldn't matter. Okay, now, okay, wait, that's opposite. Why is it -1? It's supposed to be 1. Don't tell me we're like doing something weird and buffering things. I don't think so. Maybe there's some weird order that I have to, I mean, maybe I have to do this after this. I doubt it, but maybe. Okay, here's what we're just going to say unambiguously here. Okay, if discard plane dot z is less than 0, discard, right? We're discarding. If it's greater than 0, discard. We are not discarding. So it is less than 0. Did I return? I don't know, man. I'm confused about what is happening here.
You know, this is basically just what I strongly dislike about modern rendering programming is this kind of stuff always happens. Like the parameters just don't do the thing. All right. We're gonna maybe break in update global parameters. We're not even running from here right now, are we? See what happens. Okay, we are not discarding. It is a travesty. Let me guess, we're skipping this for some reason. Update buffer. GLBind buffer, GLBuffer subdata. Maybe global parameters is the wrong place to put these. What's in global parameters again? What is this file? It's weird. All right. All right, well, these all look like things that aren't supposed to change over the frame anyway. So while I am having problems with this, well, let's just see. Wait, refresh global parameters. What's the difference? Okay, nobody else calls this but me, so I'm going to assume that that's bad. Okay, so I'm just going to put this back in entity parameters. And we're going to just hack it. And then I'll ask someone, what's the best way to really do this once we have it working? So we're just going to have some variables here. Discard is active is U32. Vector 4. Discard plane. I'm going to go back to here. And then we're going to go back to entity parameters.
And then update entity parameters. I bet we call that update entity parameters. Yep, okay, so So I don't think I should poke those values here. Should probably be here at the bone count one. This is particle emitter. This is map margin. Okay, yeah, the bone count one. So if discard is active, entity parameters that discard is active is 1. Entity parameters dot discard plane. This just lets me have global variables that I'm poking into. This is kind of stupid because we're testing this for every entity that we render, and that is not, whoops, I didn't recompile, excuse me. But you know, we want it to at least work, and we want it to be in the right place, and we want me to type lines in this programming language and not C++, because this is not C++, thankfully. Plain. It's not a thing. Whoever heard of a plain? What the hell is my problem? Plain. All right, so we don't need this for now, hopefully. Okay, what are we even looking at now? I forget whether we're discarding or what. I don't see any practical difference between this and what we were looking at before. Right? So like, all right, so if we go back to the crystal, here's what we can do too, is go to let's actually go here and just make sure that this is the right, this isn't even, I thought this was basic. Oh, no. Gate Soko std outer. Okay, that changed the color. So we're going to do this. I mean, we're just never seeing this plane as being greater than 0. right? Well, I guess we're not seeing it less than 0 either. Oh, guys. Wait, what? I had this backward the whole time. Okay, that's extra confusing. Oh, not equal to 0 we have to do. Okay. If discard is active, not equal to 0. If discard plane.z is less than 0, discard. If it's greater than 0, discard. Nobody's discarding, and it's annoying the crap out of me. There we go. We finally got one. So the plane coordinates, discard is active, is getting set. The plane coordinates, however, are 0. Are they like... Oh, the y coordinate. I bet it's just backwards somehow. It's like off. There's bugs in the frickin'... Oh my God. There's probably bugs in the frickin' thing. All right. Don't ever let someone do this kind of thing if you have to do it, because god damn it, dude. All right. I don't know. Let me not blame bugs in the thing unless we verify that. But I feel like the byte order of the vector is wrong, or just the position is wrong. Let's put it before the matrices, just because those are weird. Let's make these very simple types. All right. Okay. How much multi-threading in the game? Some, but it is not super heavy. Okay, so this is better, though. Hey, this actually worked. Okay, so yeah, what happened is somebody wrote this thing. And the translator that changes this into shader variables does not work properly. It is easy to have mysterious mistakes that screw up your data silently. Someone should fix this. In fact, it should never have been this way to begin with. Example, move discard plane to after the padding after discard is active, and change the padding to be a 3u32 instead of 3 separate u32. All right, so that was a waste of my time on stuff that's already confusing even without that kind of issue. So now this seems to be behaving in a way that I would expect. So here, yeah, so here we're doing essentially a plane dot. We're dot producting the normal of the plane with the vertex position and adding this thing, which is the offset of the plane from the origin. So we're saying everything above the plane goes or stays, and everything below the plane gets clipped. Okay. Now we shouldn't ever draw anything below the plane because we turned that off on the CPU side. But this is what we want to see, and I was very perplexed by the fact that we weren't seeing this. So same thing here. Same. Oh, side is less than 0. That's not working for those guys, which is very weird. It's not even... Okay, now I'm confused because I was pretty sure this was the right shader, but we're saying discard, and so maybe this active for some reason isn't happening for these guys, but it is happening for these guys. Now that's definitely... I mean, okay, so this is the right shader. Okay, so for some reason, discard as active is not being set correctly for these guys. It is, however, being set correctly for these other guys. Like, what is even going on? In general, am I not a fan of magic parsing for data transformation? No, I am a fan of that. I mean, you would rather not have to have it at all, but if you have to have it because these systems are designed the way they are, then it's good. But when you program it, you need to make sure it works, and you need to make sure that it never, ever will fail silently and put data in the wrong place, and that's not very hard to do. And the fact that it was done makes me very irritated. But that's all water under the bridge. I've been irritated at that particular code like 5 times already. So it's just people. And part of the reason that it makes me irritated is I've been dealing with this since literally the early 1980s. Like, the thing that makes computers terrible is when something goes wrong and there's no error message, or there's a cryptic error message that doesn't actually give you any information or steps on what to do to fix the problem, okay? If that simply was fixed, that one thing, if we took that seriously as a profession, never ever made a creed, never ever to do that, like a large fraction of the bug-related suffering that people have with computers would disappear, like at least 50%. It's very, very serious. And so when people do that, when I pay people and they do that, it makes me really, really annoyed. Because it is seriously the number one problem with computers. Okay, now we got to figure out why one of these is behaving as we expect and the other one is not. It could be as simple as, for some reason, we need to call update entity parameters manually. I don't think so, because I think that's supposed to get called for every entity. Maybe we didn't set the global correctly. I don't think so, because we set it at the same time for both these groups of objects. Maybe that thing is not actually flagged translucent. And I've been incorrect when I was saying it was translucent. And in fact, the problem is something else. Like that frickin' post render thing. Okay, I think that's the thing. So I think I have to solve 2 problems. I think I first need to finish the little energy force fields here and get them working right. And once those are working right, we know that we can render things relating to water. And then we can figure out what's going on with this other thing and why it is not friendly to water. Okay, so let's okay, that didn't work. Although, actually, I should have checked. You know, we should actually well, that's okay. I mean, there's not much point to this being a separate function, but yeah. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. It's not quite right. Or is it? Wait, yes it is. Okay, let's test. Let's try flipping this plane in code and make sure that that works. Okay, so now you're seeing the bottom halves of the guys, which is what we want. They still look like they're above the water because we're drawing them at the above the water time. So we verified that we could flip this plane up and down, and that's good. So what we don't know, so here I'm going to put an if 0. So now we shouldn't see it at all. Wait, no, because I put this in the wrong place. I put it in the wrong place. I thought that. I was like, wait, that comment says underwater. We put an if 0 here. Right? There we go. Not appearing. Okay. So now we're going to leave those not appearing, and we're going to go back to our below water thing. We're going to try turning this on, and we're going to go back. What shader was this called? Basic. Oh no. It was not basic. It was Gate Soko whatever. Okay. So now, in principle, we should see the bottom, but I believe we won't, because that's what I was confused by before. So the question is, why not? And the question is, like, are we drawing the bottom, but it's just covered by ocean somehow? Or, you know. So we set it active. We set the plane Z to -1. We draw the things below water. Okay, so let's just see if we disable the discard, if we can see the things. I feel like we won't, but we're going to try that. So if I comment this out, I still do not see the things. I still do not see the things. They are nowhere. It's not like the water plane is drawing over them or anything. Wow, these crystals really are a shitty shader. I don't know what's going on with them. I mean, I do, but we just can't allow that to stand. Okay. You guys heard it was not good to use because it would disable shader optimizations related to depth tests or culling or something. I mean, you got to use what you've got to use. Like the thing that you learn is that you're the boss, right? Like, you want to make happen what you want to happen. You know what I'm saying? So that's all, really. If that costs a little bit, then that costs a little bit, and then you make that decision and decide if you really want to do it. If there's an alternative way to get the same effect that's much faster, then that's of course always worth considering. But I don't think there is in this case. The number of pixels that we are filling with this technique is normally going to be pretty low. So it's not that bad. It's kind of like everyone saying that geometry shaders kill performance. Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, yeah. On the other hand, the reason we make these computers is so that they do what they can do. You know what I mean? And it's a lesson to not forget. Don't bring up particle stuff, right? Like, yeah, lots of stuff is fucked up right now. I have too many things to think about. I'm focusing on this. Like, yeah, there's lots of draw order problems with particles and other things, and it's not what we're working on. The game is not done. Right? The game is not done. So, like, basically what we're doing right now in the small, all I'm trying to do is get this thing to render correctly above and below water. But in the large, stepping back for a bit, what I'm trying to do is rewrite our render loop to handle all this stuff correctly. And I only even just realized that this is a different problem from this. I know why now, but I see what it is. So that's going to be annoying. But like, I just need this first, and then we can do it with like oceans and stuff and blah, 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 you know? Okay. Because a lot of these things, like the particle rendering, it's sort of doing a below water, above water thing, but it's basically a hack that doesn't really, like, what's happening is it's not writing to the depth buffer, so the water is fading it out, right? Like, if I look this way, the wall behind it is writing a depth value that makes it realize that it's kind of shallow. If I go this way, it's not. It's like the depth value it gets is infinity. That's why you can't see it. And yes, we should fix that eventually. But fixing that properly probably involves something related to what I'm trying to do right now, which is getting translucence to render on both sides of water. You know what I mean? Because then I could actually write to the depth buffer with the translucence if I know they're happening in the right order. So the problem I have right now is like the render loop, it just has enough complication that I'm not sure what to do apart from just stepping through this. Like maybe there's some code that's actually deciding not to draw it because it's not flag translucent anymore. So let's try that. Like I cleared this translucent flag and maybe that's causing someone not to draw it. Maybe not. Okay, next guess. Well, why don't we not guess and just step through this? And then if it looks like we're actually doing the draw calls, the next step is frickin' RenderDoc, which or something. Should I use something besides RenderDoc? What's my best way to debug frickin' OpenGL rendering in the year 2020? I would love to get off OpenGL, by the way. Nsight, maybe. I've never used Nsight. I think last time I tried to use it, it just didn't work. But we'll try Nsight. Okay, so we are here. We are looking. Oh, let's be in game mode just in case. We see the particles, but not the thing. So now we're gonna break. Oh wait. Oh, that's the other one. Discard plane.z. Okay. So we're just going to see what happens here. We should have entities in the translucence array. We do. We have 3, just like we expect. Okay. This also verifies, by the way, that those crystals are not flag translucent, because there are 3 of the energy field entities. Can an asset be both translucent and opaque at the same time? I hope not. By the way, OpenGL is the king of silently failing on you. Speaking of my pet peeves. OpenGL almost invented silently failing on you. Okay. Well, Oh, we're in shadow map render type right now. We don't want to be looking at shadow map. Modern video games are confusing. Okay. I don't know why we have all these switches here. That's kind of a waste. This irritates me. I'm going to write down to get rid of that. Okay. This is exactly what we would expect. We update the entity parameters. Make sure it didn't clear that, which it didn't, but we'll make sure. It's fine. This card is active, 1. I mean, it sure looks like we're drawing this thing. Although, who knows? Something could sneak in at the end. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dude, we have so many if statements here. We just need to burn down most of them. This is crazy. Okay. So we should have picked... I don't know. What's the shader? Basic. That's for the first material. What is item? Is that a... Yep. 5,000. Why are there so many triangles in this one little shitbird box? Like, that's just the first batch out of like 4. It's like a 14,000 triangle little yellow box. Sort of like Raj Royale, but with programming. I don't know what Raj Royale is. Have we seen this new amazing NES emulator on Steam? I'm not that much into NESs, honestly. It was never my platform. Oh, you got the square logic. Right on. Glad I could give it out. Excellent. We might play some square logic tonight again. Especially if I get tired of dealing with OpenGL. Okay. What is weird I wonder if this is causing us to get a different shader somehow. Oh my God. Okay, these are indices, not vertices, I think, but there's 15,000 triangles in this thing. Which I guess is fine. I mean, it wasn't supposed to be a final thing. Can I just see the... Okay, this is the gate Soko stood. People on the team are using STDs. Okay, so here's the weird thing, everybody. Here's the thing that bothers me. There are several materials in use in this thing. We only put this discard in the outer one. So, like, why do we not see the inner ones at all? All right, this one is the actual one that we edited. Oh, no. Well, that explains it. Where does this variable come from? I should have known that because I edited that like yesterday. I knew it. There was if statements happening. Okay. Render guys to mask buffer. What is that even for? Oh, I know what that's for. I know what that's for. Okay. So we actually have to set this. I mean, we probably shouldn't have to do this if we had a more organized rendering loop. It's just this loop has built up over time and we haven't been that serious about it because we knew we were going to change some major stuff, such as, for example, the stuff that I'm working on right now. Okay, so we needed to do that. Hopefully, once I finish this ocean and translucent rendering stuff, it's not called that. Is it called? I need to print out the line number of the declaration in these cases. Render phase translucent, not sense. It's dollars, not cents. Someone getting fired? Everybody's fired. What do you mean? Everybody is fired. Haven't you been watching the riots? Literally everyone is fired. Okay. Now we are seeing the mesh, which we wanted to. Now if I go back here and I turn back on the discard, now we are seeing the mesh underwater, which we also wanted to. Okay. My problem with all of this okay, let's not do this post-resolve thing. These are different issues. These are different issues. I think that's causing the problem. And now it's just not there. Okay. That, however, okay, here's what I think now. I think we are drawing it correctly. I think if I zoom the camera down there and look to the side, you will see them. And I think what's happening is they're getting faded to 0, just like the particles were. So maybe it was a good idea to bother me and have me look at the particles, because there's a depth infinity behind them because it's not writing to the Z buffer. Let's see. And one way to remedy that real quick and dirty, like, we could fix this, but just to see, just to feel like we're making progress, let's just put this under the water. Except, I'm not sure why that, let's just see. Like, that seemed to help for a brief period and then didn't. Like, it's just very rapidly going to infinity, Ward. That's not good. That's highly undesirable. So we need to tune that. But let's put these together before we do that. So we're going to cut this. We're going to bring this back. And now we should see the tops always. And then the bottoms are just getting faded out. Right? And so even if they were writing to the Z buffer, which they are not, but we should make them do. The problem now is that they are they're fading out, and we can tune that. But the great thing is the game is already more playable. Okay, we haven't solved anything for these guys, but for these guys, all these levels now, like what was the one we were working on yesterday? Which, by the way, I made a whole sequence from. Endpoint holder. This one, whoops. Why is there nothing on the screen? Oh, because of that. Oh, we took out all the things on this one. What's one? There's one around here that had all the things. Like this one. I mean, it's not that good because you can't see them underwater, but you can at least tell what squares those are in. And when I go, we're going to have to fix that shore shader and stuff, but when we go step on it, look, they're gone. Now they're back. Now they're gone. Okay, that interior material is a different one that we haven't put the discard into. Let's try that. Let's try putting it into, oh, gate. I honestly don't know which material it is, but we're just gonna, it's not that one. Is it in basic? Wow, we really didn't like putting that in basic. Did we fail? Yeah, well, I am not sure what that is causing that. Let's see again. So materials are shader basic, shader gate Soko stood, gate Soko stood outer, basic. Well, I don't exactly know why that effect is then not happening, but those could actually be particles that we do, in which case that falls under particle rendering, which is like not even, I don't think it is though, I think it's an animation. Maybe whatever happens there, I don't know. All right, so let's go back to our thing here. And we're gonna tune the water. So we do, it's there. It's just the Z value is very far. And we know that that's the problem because when we grab this and move it up just a little bit, you see stuff. So like the ocean is very rapidly dying off at 1.0. Which is weird. I don't know if I did that on purpose or... This thing is huge. This ocean shader has a bunch of options that are not even like real right now. Like they were just things to stay in there. Like things that we experimented with that we were like, oh, we might bring these back at some point. Okay, depth fade. Here we're setting the alpha value to depth fade. Depth fade. Depth fade depth power. Let's just take that to the 1 power for now. See what happens. That doesn't seem better. Depth fade is 0. We didn't like that. Oh, wait, what? Depth fade is 1. Okay, that's totally opaque water. I don't know why 0... I don't know why 0 results in not seeing anything. Maybe we're dividing by that. Okay, so here you can see, right?
like this is starting to be a much more readable scene, except of course we want to, like maybe this is max depth, 0.99. Maybe there'll be a min. So let's say depth fade min is O.10. Depth fade max is O.99. We can make these adjustable parameters on the material later, so you can customize the look of the ocean. We don't actually want to saturate because apparently if depth fade is 1, that's very bad. So we want to keep it slightly inside that range. Once we redo all the math here, maybe 1 will be okay. All right, so depth fade is, we can bring back the power in a minute. Depth fade is lerp. Oh, is it mix? Yeah. Fade min, depth fade max, depth fade. Okay. All right. That didn't do what I thought. Like, I just want to see any gradient at all. What's going on? What's going on? Okay. So this saturate, I don't know what FBZ refract. Sounds like Z value in the frame buffer minus my Z. We have depth fade and fade depth. That's not good. Okay, let's make fade depth like okay. So now we can start to see things. What do I want to do? So this is a number between 0 and 1. And 0.03 is quite crazy. 2 is like we're squaring it so that it's mostly 0. This is like a mild, right? And then okay, so I think what's happening is light light is like very power law. And so you kind of really do want an exponential, but you want okay, what's depth fade supposed to represent? 1.0 is supposed to be very murky. Is that where we are? Yeah.
But like note that even at 0.99, you can still see some things, right? At 0.999, you could still sort of see the yellow, right? At 0.995, 0.99. 0.99 is like, it's not very mysterious water, right? So, and then at 0.9, it's like, yeah. So see, this is the way, like when you're blocking light, you have to really block a lot of it for you not to see the thing. So right now, fade depth distance represents the distance at which things become completely opaque. That should still be true with this current math. Yeah, so you see, oh, they're not completely opaque. That's weird. So if I change this to 1.1, oh, because of depth fade max. If I set depth fade max to 1.0, yeah, then it becomes completely dark right down there. Let's make it like 0.995 or something. Or actually, we actually do need it to be 1, I think, for now. Okay, and so the distance of that is going to be, I don't know, 1.7. Because we want to just like maybe be able to have holes in the map. Like you want to be able to not have to work that hard on like what's in there. Okay, so now the problem is we want a low power because okay. See, now I'm a little bit confused. Oh, no, I'm not that confused, I guess. So, okay. Here's what's happening again is I was being confused by like, look, I'm making all these adjustments, but we're never getting a gradient on the energy guys. We're not gonna get a gradient on those guys until we write them into the Z buffer, which we are not doing right now, right? So if I want to approximate what those are going to look like before we write them into the Z buffer, I can put some opaque things over here that are in the Z buffer and make them like the same color, kinda. I mean, there we go. So for an opaque object for alpha, alpha is like emissiveness. Let's make it 0.5. I don't know. I don't know how bright those are. But you can see what I'm saying, where for these, we're actually getting a gradient. And for the other guys, we're not. And it's because for those other guys, they're all at an approximately constant depth as far as the game knows, because it's seeing the depth value of this floor plane under them. Okay, so now the question is, how do I turn on the Z buffer? Actually, let's tune this a little more.
because I actually want a little more murk at the bottom. Right, that's too bright. That's why I kept adjusting this power, and I was like, oh my God, what's going on? Okay, see that? That's like starting to feel murky. You know, and then we can export these to be values that people could tweak. And I feel like the min is not really mattering that much because, I mean, this is weird. Like, I kind of want the curve to be softer in the beginning. Maybe POW is not correct, although I think it is. Like, when you have a participating medium, like a cloudy liquid or like, a gas or something, right? Isn't it exponential decay in the amount of light? Or am I getting that wrong? I think this distance is not great because if you look at these guys back here, they're like very dark. Log with distance. You mean the amount of surviving light is? No. What is log with distance? I should actually just look this up right now as opposed to guessing. Let's just see. Let's look up shader scattering by distance. I don't know. This we might get stuff that's, we don't want subsurface scattering. That's a different thing. Light attenuation. I don't know. This is one of those things where if you pick the right term to search for, it's fine. Otherwise, you get other things. Wait. Okay, this light attenuation. Oh, no, that's just a point light. No, we know that. That's not what we're looking for. The water shader you wrote used input times POW dist. Oh, to the power of the distance? That doesn't make sense. Are you sure about that? Because as the distance grows, your power grows? I guess that might be right. It seems to be just AE to the minus KX. I believe that. I believe that. Okay, so yeah, I guess that's right. Um, e to the minus k times all right, so z distance is going to be this. Actually, all right. I screwed something up, probably. So many windows open. Undefined variable k, except that now it's defined. Okay, and then we'll do this. That's totally messed up. Okay, that's what it looks like when it's 0. Really, depth fade is depth fade min. Really, when it's min 0.1? Wow. Okay, the way that we're using this number is pretty messed up. Because, like, what? Like, it doesn't make much sense trying to tune it if it's so nonsensical the way it's being used. Like, what? Light absorption is exponential since for every unit of distance, there's a certain probability the photon will get absorbed. Yep, I get you. I get you. It all makes sense. Why do I open Twitter and just see political things instantly? Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. We want to... I mean, I guess I just look at the shader and see what it does with this and then start an email thread about how it doesn't make any sense. And then I'll do what I can do for now. Right? Yeah, it's like the internet is full of completely just people who have gone completely insane at this point. Like, I don't even know what to do. Like, every single social media that I'm on is not only like riot or political stuff, but it's like all just, not all, but most of the people are just saying things that don't make any sense, that you wouldn't say, regardless of what your opinions are, that you wouldn't say if you thought about anything for like 5 minutes or were like genuinely interested in, I don't know. It's bad. It is bad. People are insane. Okay, so wait, let's get back to this. Okay, that is kind of what we expect this to look like. Okay. So our depth fade wants a 0 to 1, and we want to generate an e to the something, right? So we're generating something from 0 to infinity, and we want to turn that into 0 to 1, right? You just saw a video with 100,000 likes saying the police could be completely abolished. Yeah, someone you guys know said to me in an email today, amazing how these people think the government can run healthcare and, whatever everybody, like the entire economy and all these things, but somehow they can't run a police force. Like it's a very inconsistent, it's like, yeah, we should have a centrally planned economy and healthcare, and the government will run all that and do a great job, but you have to abolish the police. It's like, what? It's just a very inconsistent viewpoint is all. I don't mind somebody having an opinion one way or the other way, but when it's a complete mix only because people haven't observed their own beliefs and interrogated their own beliefs, it's just hard to deal with that. And then it's extra hard to deal with that when it's like 90% of the population of Twitter yelling these things in your ear. It's just... it's just nuts. You don't think anyone with any sense is saying those things? Yeah, they are. That's... oh, God. Never mind. Not gonna argue about any of this. Oh, you mean no one with any sense is saying abolish the police? I mean, a lot of people... I would agree with that, but then a lot of people saying things on Twitter don't have any sense by your definition. Which is fine. I mean, I probably agree with that. Okay, so we have to figure out, so we've got a number between 0 and infinity, right? 1 over that goes from infinity to 0. Does it go in a way that we like? Maybe. So, okay. Wait, no, we're not going 0 to infinity because this is e to the minus, right? So this is already a multiplicative factor. It's just we want 1 minus this, right? Is that what we want? Okay, that's starting to make sense. That is starting to visually make sense if you ignore the yellow being flat, which is still what we expect. So then this constant could be bigger and it's murkier, but you can still see a little. Like, that's pretty good, honestly, if you look at the rocks there. That's a little better. I mean, I like being able to see a little something down there. The problem is, I think that the way that we're using this factor also doesn't make any sense. This is good enough for now, but let's at least look at how we are using this. Depth fade
refraction color, deep color, depth fade. That's the underwater color. And then it's the alpha. So we're using it for like two things. So this is like attenuate and then add to the background. Is the transparency issue back to being ignored? No. It's already much better. I mean, the crystals are not actually using a transparent material, so I got that part wrong during the talk. But these yellow guys down here are, and this is already much better. Like, okay, we need a distance factor on that. But the fact that you can actually see it above the water and below the water with correct clipping is implementing a substantial amount of what I talked about in that talk. And I can go to bed tonight and say, hey, we've had some success no matter what. We want more success, but we've had some. Which one? Whoops. Yeah, these still look, they look pretty bad when there's nothing in the background. And also the clipping, let's make the clipping match so that you see more of these. Like that's one thing that we should be able to see is that this clipping, well, I guess we can't exactly see it, or we sort of can. So the place at which this clips is above this. And we can hack that for now. Because like later we're going to need to adjust this for each ocean. But for now, let's do something about that. We need to set the W is minus right, because it's plus whatever equals 0, right? So it's minus ocean Z. We're just going to say there's an ocean Z, right? And this is ocean Z. All right, what is ocean Z? Well, just whatever the first ocean is for now. Let's put a name on here. It's ocean dot position dot z minus get sync of ocean. There we go. Oops, not C++. Okay. Well, it looks better. Maybe. Yeah, that looks better to me. It's a little hard to say though. I mean, the fact that it's messed up behind it makes it hard, but I mean, yeah, doesn't that look like, yeah. Yeah. We good. We Gucci. So here, okay, so now we can see more of these. So again, this is much more playable. I understand what I'm doing here, but we need to draw the rest of it. Also, the rubble for these guys use the little crystal shader, so that's a problem. So this also is not really being affected by the water yet, just like the crystals are not. But stone type materials are. Okay. So I think we just try to write this into the Z buffer now, right? Did I say we were going to do something first? I'm forgetting now. I think we try to write it into the Z buffer. That's what I think. Why are the crystals not showing underwater? Those are a different material that is rendering after the water for a different reason. Okay, so that's using like a refraction shader. And I didn't realize this when I was doing the stream, but it makes sense. That's using a refraction shader, and the way that works is you render the rest of the scene and then you just kind of sample stuff from the frame buffer in order to figure out what's there. And we only do one refraction pass right now, and it happens after everything else. So regardless of what else we do with actual translucent things, these will have to get the same handling. And that's a little bit scary because you have to do like a frame buffer resolve for each. I don't know. We're going to have to see how expensive it is. Hopefully you don't have to do it most of the time. Like, hopefully it's just 2 passes usually. I don't know. We'll see. Or actually, maybe we just draw these before water always. But then they won't reflect translucence, right? So, I just want to figure out the problem for translucence, and then we'll just figure out. There's like a policy decision that has to be made on these of what should be done. Okay. Next. next, what? The transparent cubes draw themselves in 2 passes? Yes. Eventually it'll be potentially more than 2 passes, right? Because what you have to do is for every ocean plane in the level that those may cross, you need to draw it twice, right? Which hopefully, I mean, because entities in this game are small, for that kind of thing, any particular one will usually only cross one ocean plane, right? So yeah. How do the fragments above the water know they are above the water? Because right here, so we set this discard plane. It could be an arbitrary plane the way we've put it in the shader, but it's just, you know, the normal faces upward and it's at the z coordinate of this, right? And so then the shader compares the position, the world space position of every fragment against that plane and discards if it's on one side of the plane. Okay. I said that this annoyed me. We're just going to take this out because you shouldn't be using that much temporary storage per mesh. So that's just more if statements that nobody needs. Okay. Oh, we wanted to, write it into the depth buffer. So I just saw that GL front face and I was like, oh yeah, let's look for GL depth, whatever. What is it called? GL depth mask. GL depth mask. If shader dot depth right. How do we control that? Is that just in I thought it was called gate SOCO stid outer. Did we say depth right? Okay, I get you. I put that in the very beginning of this game. I should remember this stuff. I mean, it's been changed, but I put that capability in. Okay. Hey, look. Look. I turn this off. I turn this off. Boom. No gradient. Very dark. I turn it on. There it is. How could I not remember that thing from 5 years ago? It's actually about 4 years ago, which is crazy. But yes. Okay, so this is pretty cool. This is better. This still doesn't handle oceans in the general case. This won't work with that top swimming pool yet, but as you can see, that top swimming pool has several problems still. Maybe we'll work on that tomorrow, like the shoreline thing. But yeah, so this is good. This helps us. It's still, like I said, is not helping us with the crystals. Look at that. It's like you could play the game. It's like you can actually see what squares those are in. Like, oh my God. Good night. Whoever said good night, Soul14797. Is this the power of ray tracing? It is not the power of ray tracing.
is everything Z writing or just past one? Both are Z writing. Which should be fine because we're drawing them back to front. So as long as everything behind you is drawn, then Z writing is okay. How did that shader change hot load? We put that into our engine. All our engines hot load shaders. This is a grid-based game. Yes, you move one square at a time. So if I tap right, boop, I go one square. Always inside a square. It is a square-based game. That just looks, look at how nice those look on the thing. They just pick up the light. So nice. How are you supposed to activate the mirror? You press X. Choop. 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 Chupacabra. It's a Chupacabra mirror. Probably looks nicer for, oh, bad for you guys. Yeah, sorry. There is some flickering on it, honestly. There's like some white pixel flickering that doesn't look that great, but yeah, I could see Twitch making a mess out of this. Feel like we should make more than one game with all these cool features? What a good idea. I think we shall do that. We shall do it. But, you know, one at a time. Like, we kind of have a lot to do. Some things look kind of weird, like you can't really see these because they're dark and the way this blends is strange. Maybe these are just too bright. Let me see, can I like emissive? I don't know how we're supposed to do this. Oh no, it's working. We can make them glow. Okay. So, I mean, this is success for now. The next step, well, there are several next steps. Figure out what to do with the crystals. Probably subjecting them to the same thing. Factoring these together and having them run on the same ocean. And then in order for this to be any good at all, we have to fix some of these problems that you see with this upper ocean, like the fact that it's entirely light blue colored right now. That's a different thing. That's rendering the shore map, which we're only using one shore map right now for the main ocean, and I think we need to render one per ocean. So that's probably the first thing I'll do tomorrow. And then the second thing is the crystals. And if all goes well, by the end of tomorrow, at least for the case of things in the main bottom primary ocean like this, we should be looking pretty good. And then ideally, it won't be that hard to factor everything else. I don't know. We'll see. We'll do those steps in some order tomorrow. But do you know what time it is now? It's time to become a pro gamer, I think. Hey, I'm glad you like The Witness. Thank you for playing. Thank you for playing. What if there are multiple mirrors? Maybe you'll have to play the game and see. Is X reserved for just the mirror mechanic? No. Oh, Casey's here. Do you think it is time to start saying things are dope again? Dude, I still say things are dope sometimes. I don't know what you're talking about. I just said something was dope like last week. I don't remember what it was, but it was dope. Poly Bridge 2. You know, I really liked playing Bridge Builder back in the original days, but all the subsequent bridge building games are like the same game, and I just can't get into them. Because like that game was fun because it was new, but now, So the answer is yes, hell yes. You know what is not dope? It's how the internet turns everybody into a crazy lunatic. Like, so here's my theory, Casey. All right? We've all been worried about biological viruses and stuff. But I think even today, we have not yet seen the degree to which intense communication like this, like just having a high volume of communication between people, which I think is the core problem, the extent to which that changes people's behavior. And I'm very, very worried that this is just something that the human brain is not sufficiently evolved for. And this won't get any better until we evolve to like have different behavior in these kinds of circumstances where communication is so easy. And that just requires a lot of people to do stupid shit and have bad lives and possibly die a lot younger than they should for like hundreds of years. And the problem with that is by the time hundreds of years go by, who knows where we're going to be. So that's what I think today. Does positive feedback about old games still feel gratifying? Yes. I mean, I don't make games in order to get feedback. Like, I don't like to hear what people think the game should have been or anything like that, right? But like when people appreciate the game in a true way, that's good. That's always good to hear because we spend years working on this stuff, and it would be very hard to do that if nobody ever appreciated anything that we do. So there's probably a phase of adaptation to the communication increase. Yeah, how long is it, right? How long is it? Will the brain implants help? I doubt it. If anything, they will be even worse, right? So the first people to get Neuralink are going to be like all the people who spend all day on Twitter, except squared. All right? It's going to be so much worse in terms of what they talk about. And how much of a hallucinatory virtual reality that they live in at all times. It's going to be crazy. Is it possible to go from upper ocean to lower? Yes, it is. Yes, so if I go, well, we have to put things in better places, but, you know, if I do this, then it is dope because we go there and it'll go there and then go and then boop. That was pretty dope. Maybe it will be like the Portlandia VR sketch. I think it'll be way worse than the Portlandia VR sketch. The stone delay with falling when falling with the pad is cute. Yeah, that was completely by accident. We'll have to tune it to have some kind of separation like that because it looks good, but that was just something about the way that things happen to already work. Like, I don't know what else to say about it. All right, this is great. So refraction shader is something we deal with tomorrow. Yeah, and then multiple ocean levels. Maybe we'll play Ocean Man a lot tomorrow. But for now, we're going to do some dope professional gaming. All right? Dope professional grid gaming with Everyday Genius Square Logic. Have me and Casey talked about what movie to do our take of Red Letter Media on? I don't think so. I think that is still up in the air. It has to be a movie that we both expect will be good, or maybe that we've seen a long time ago and don't really remember, but remember thinking is good. The problem is just, how do you find a good movie now? I don't know how you do that. Because you can't trust what people say is a good movie because they're all garbage, mostly. So pick a bad movie. Casey enjoys bad movies more than me. I used to enjoy bad movies, and I just can't do it anymore. Like, I can't handle the truth, I guess. Trying to make it hard on me already. I don't know how to do this. Oh wait, this one. Got that one.
Okay, we got any runs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 or 6 right here. One, two, three, four. Move my camera. Oh yeah. We gotta move the camera. The breakdown of the back camera mind. Did I like Arrival? Yeah, kind of, but I liked the story more. Like, I don't think it captured what was special about the story. And they actually, in my opinion, messed up some things about the story. Will there be binding needed? Yes. It's a strongly typed programming language, so you need to declare the types of the things you're calling into. You can do whatever you want with the second copy of the game. I don't mind. Did I solve that hard Sudoku puzzle with the mini cages? Yeah. Yeah. It was fun. I don't know what to do with this, though. Seriously, guys? That's what I always think at the beginning, and then I start working on it, and I'm like, oh, it's not so hard. Oh, it's not so hard. This could be a 1, this could be a 1. One, two, three, four. Oh yeah, 5, 6. We identified that one already. Here's what I have to say about Blade Runner 2. We have to temporarily turn off the mixer on Square Logic. We'll bring it back, don't worry. We'll bring back the bird noises. Here is everything you need to know about Blade Runner 2049.
Okay, bring in the next one.
Okay, yeah, I got him.
Hi there, can you slate for us, please?
Yes, I am Richard Evans.
Who are you auditioning for today, Rich?
Yes, I am auditioning for the part of Officer K in Blade Runner 2049.
Okay. Our first scene is you are touring the facility where the replicants are made. This is a strange, foreign, and bewildering place to you. Okay? Ready?
Yeah, I got it. All right.
And action. Okay, great, thank you. Our next scene is, let's see here. You've just killed someone. I'm not sure if it's a human or a replicant, but I need you to react accordingly, okay?
Okay.
Ready,
Got it.
and action. Okay, great, thank you.
Good. How am I doing? Is this what you're looking for?
Oh, yeah, you're doing fine.
Good.
Okay, now our next scene is you've just discovered some amazing truth. Pages have been removed from a book, which indicates that someone has gone to some effort to hide something, okay?
Okay.
Now you realize the horrible truth of it all, Got that?
Got it.
Ready?
Got it.
Okay.
All right.
Here we go, and action. Okay, great, thank you. Try not to blink as much in the future. Okay, so now for this final scene, you're gonna need to be constantly wet because it's raining out. So if it's okay with you, my assistant Pablo is gonna spritz you with a water bottle.
No problem. Yeah, yeah.
All right. So in this scene, a beautiful woman is about to kiss you. She's slowly moving in. This is a moment you've been waiting for a long time. Okay?
Okay.
Got it?
Oh, yeah, I got it. I got it.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
You could start spritzing, Pablo. And action, please. And great. All right. Thank you, Rich. So, Rich, where are you from? LA, Burbank, Santa Monica, Lakewood?
No, I'm from Milwaukee.
Oh, so Lions fan then?
No. Milwaukee isn't Michigan. It's a city.
Oh, city. Oh, yeah. You know, I love Minnesota. It's very beautiful up there.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Oh. Okay, thank you. We'll be in touch.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Thank you. The door's that way.
This way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Can we find someone who's less charismatic, please? Okay.
I always told you, you're special.
That's everything you need to know about Blade Runner 2049. And also that when you watch a YouTube video about that, it will crash Everyday Genius Square logic. We lost our progress. Such as it was. Okay. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How is them apples? How was them apples? Okay, this is 3, 4, 5. That's no problem. This has to be 6. Obviously. So this is 3, and then we don't know the 4 and the 5, unfortunately. So this can't be 5. This has to be 4 or 2. This can't be 5.
But this could. Probably. Oh, this has to be 1. So this is probably 5, 6, 4, 3, 2. Yeah, there's no other 6 in the row. All right. This is probably 5. All right, this is not 5. This is not 5. Yeah. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 4, 3, 1. We can't tell. With a 2 in here. We cannot tell. We need 2, 3, and 5. This can't be 2. So one of these is a 2, and it's not this one. Which gives us 3 only. Which gives us 4 only with 2, and 1, and 2, 4. Have I seen Midsummer? I have not seen Midsummer. Okay. Okay, so this cannot be 6. The highest it could be is 5, which means that's a 6. This is even. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, 2 greater than 1. Odd 3, 5, 4, 3, 1. See, we pwn sometimes. That was pwnage. Used to watch movies, but now you just watch Red Letter Media, yeah. I don't know what YMS is, but Red Letter Media, I'm down with. All right. 6. 6. 1. 1. 1. 6. 1. 6. 1. 1. 6. 1. And we can't tell 6 is here. And then you got to back up your data. So this is probably a 6, yeah. And then that's not a 6. And there's only 1 6 down here. Boom. All right. We need a 1 up here, and there's only 1. There can be only 1. There can be only 1. Okay. Now, what do we do? 2, 3, 4, or 5. Oh, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right there. Wait, what? Oh, I read the arrow in the wrong direction. I was like, I thought this was that way. I got so excited. All right, well, rack up another error on the error log. Okay, these are 3 and 5. So these are 2 and 4. But can't tell. Can't tell. This can't be 4. Because then there would be 2 between 4 and 6, which there ain't. So that's 4. That's 2. Only 100 to go without an error. You are correct. You are correct. Okay. Well, now what do we do? Same. Maybe a 6? Maybe a 6. Maybe a 1. Maybe a 1. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Well, no, maybe. But sometimes if rows are not working for you, look at columns. Okay, but this is odd. Okay, we can't. Oh, no, column. Yeah. Columns for golems. We could do this column for ones if we find one. Yep. Nope. Yep. Boom. Rows before hose. Can't tell. That might be all that we could do right now. Two, 3, 4, 5 or 6. Where did today go? I want to know the answer to this question. Today has gone by relatively quickly. I mean, I had a meeting today, a video meeting that was an hour and a half. But that's not that bad. Debugged graphics for 3 hours, but that's not that bad. Where did the rest of the day go? I walked around for a bit. I ate some nuts out of a bag of nuts. Ocean Man took the day by the hand. That might be what happened. Okay. Well, I'm not seeing long chains. So now I want to look for parallel chains, I guess. Right? So like 6 probably, maybe. Can't tell. Five, 4. Oh, that one stops. That one. We don't really know this is 6. Let's try a 1, something that we know. 2, 3. Two, 3, 4, 5. Right? Okay. These two on the bottom have to eat 2 of the numbers. Two, 3, 4, 5. These have to be the bottom 2, right? Because this can't be 6. So this has to be like 2, 3, or I guess it could be 2, 4, 5, 6. But this has to be 5, 6. Right? If this is 2 and 3, then we run out. 4, 5, 6. And then we can't go here. So I guess it could be 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5. Oh, but we have 3. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, what? I got robbed. Oh, no. Sorry, I'm stupid. The 6 is either corner. We're going to pretend the game didn't just tell us that it's the other corner. Half the year is gone too. That is not true. You have a month before half the year is gone. A month is a long time. You can do a lot in a month. Two and 3 to the right of the top one? No, because this actually could be 6. Because this could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 6. Could I make a game in a month? Yeah, I've done it before. I've made games in a week. I've made games in 3 days. Place the 6 in C4. I don't know where C4 is. It looks like it's not that, it's not that. Neither of those is a 6. You mean C4? That could be a 6. Oh, column 4. This could be a 6. We happen to know it's not because I just screwed up, but it could be. This does not have to be a 6 either because of this. You know what I want to play? I want to play more of the parallel universe puzzles. Hopefully we get to those soon. One of these has to be even. And this is at least 5. But that doesn't mean it's 6. Because this could be 2. Can this be 2? 3, 4, 5, yeah? Look at 3 odd. What about it? These could both be the same number, so I can't really infer anything about this. $99 fishing in RuneScape in a month. That's an amazing achievement. Row 1, column 4 can be 6, but row 3, 4, 5, 6 all can't be? Oh, right. I don't know what I was thinking. I guess, okay, right. I was just looking at it by row. I do that sometimes in this game. I was looking at that and saying, oh, it can't be 6, but it can be 6 by column. That is correct. That is correct. Okay. Let's look at the other columns since, well, these we can't tell because of these. This one. This has to be a 6, right? I apparently did a bad job on columns. Okay. I did a bad job on columns. And now we said before the corners are 6. And, well, actually we've eliminated everything that could be 6. Yeah, it's only this. Great. This has to be odd. Because 2 other odds. 1, 3, or 5. 1, 3, or 5. 1, 3, or 5. Okay. This has to go 2, 3, 4. Oh no. 2, 4. Yeah, we don't know. We actually don't know. Okay, let's, do we know about this now? No, this could be 6. Interestingly, we've eliminated these though, so like we could look at this column now. Right, 6. That's the only one. That feels good in this game when you have something blocking like that and then you get it and you're like, oh. Oh. All right, so here, this is, oh, these two. Okay. Okay, these have to be 2-4 now. We know this. We don't know which. Okay. No, this could be a 1. This could be a 1. That's bothering me. That could be a 1. 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 Come on, people. Cut it out with all the 1 possibilities. I landed a dream game development job yesterday. Never would have made it without learning so much from UKC over the years. Thanks. Well, I'm glad. What kind of game are you going to work on? Do you know? Or is it like at a big company and you don't know yet? Do you know? Okay, so we know this is 4 or 5. We know this is 5, 6. One of these two. So there's a 5 here, no matter what. Which means there ain't a 5 here. Does that help us? Probably not. These are very short chains. I'm going to start right-clicking just to do it. Oh, I screwed up. Wait, what? Oh, no, because we could go 2, 3, 4, 6. Guys, I say stupid things all the time, like there has to be a 5 here. I say it, and then I brutally get things wrong. Do people in chat stop me from brutally getting things wrong? Sometimes, but not often. Okay, this actually has to be 2, right? Because one of these is odd. One of 3 and 5 is odd. So we're like either 2, 4, 5, or 2, 3, 4. Thank you. I actually had an idea that was correct. It's a small company, but you're going to be working on their custom engine. Well, right on. Is it like a 2D engine, 3D engine, console, PC? Like what is it? You don't have to tell us things that you would get in trouble for saying, of course. Okay. 2, 3, 4, or 4, 5. So there for sure is a 4 here, but that just doesn't really seem to help us much. way more fun if it's a paper puzzle and you break the whole thing 5 minutes later. Yeah, I would do that so many times. That would teach me to get a lot more careful. Except I would probably just stop playing the puzzles, honestly, because I just don't have enough time to spend like 4 hours to find out that somewhere I made a mistake. 3D and mobile? Okay. Cool. So one of these is odd. Can we use that information? Probably not. Let's right click a little more. So this is not 2 because that's greater than that. This is not 3, same reason. This is not 2, same reason. This is not 3, same reason. So we'll just keep at it. Not a 2. Not a 2. Not a 1. Not a 2. Not a 2. Not a 3. Not a. Right. So we have a more explicit representation of many of the things that we know. Okay. Can this be 3? Yes. It could be 4. Even. Maybe. I mean, depending on what happens down here. So this could be quite high. What about this? It could be 1, obviously. Could it be 2, 3, 4, 5? Can it be 3? No. Oh, wait, yes. But it can't be 4 or 5. And wait. We have 2 routes into this, which is interesting, right? So this has to be pretty low, right? It has to be 2 or 1. Which we already knew that would, I don't know if I should have wasted those clicks, but whatever. Whoa. This seems hard. What am I to do? It sure seems like a quantum conundrum. Okay. So we sort of have a line here, right? We have 2 here and 3 here. But we already know this has to be at least 4. So this doesn't help us. I can get row 3, column 1. Is this like a weird Sudoku? No. What's weird about it? Row 3, column 1. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, there's no other 2. There is no other 2 in the neighborhood. How could you ever... Wait, what? Oh god. I clicked too fast. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2. But this is odd. So there we go. See, you just need a little something like that sometimes, and then it just all goes. Okay, this is... That could be a 2. That could be a 2. All right, let's not get antsy. 2, 4. 1, 5, 3, and we don't know. We don't know. Does the list of my library behind exist? Not really, no. I mean, a lot of these books are not books that I super recommend. And there's a bunch more books up there that you can't see. Okay, let's look for more things like that terrible 2 that we just got. So 1s, 2s, 4s, 5s, 3s. 4 is a little skimpy in this row, but we can't tell. 6 is tempting. 1, 3. Only 1, 2. Oh, good thing that we had the idea to do that. Okay. All right. Let's do it vertically. Even. Even. Okay. That has to be a 2. Which means that's a 6. Which means this is not a 6, so that resolves that. And then that means this is a 6. Alright. We're getting somewhere. So it has to be 5, 4, 3. 3, 2. Okay, 1, 3, 5, 5, 1, 3, 5, 4, 3, 5, 4. Just boom goes. Could make a lot of different kinds of rules for this game. I think so. I think that is a correct statement. Okay. That could be 6, 6, 6. Oh, so many 6s. But I don't know what to do with them. Okay. How about column? Let's go columns. No, 2, 6. So 1. Wait, no 6s. 1, 6. Okay, that's good. Good for us. How about a 1? Only 1? Only 1? There can be only 1. There can be only 1. 6. The thing I don't like about this, like, this is cool, but you do the same thing every time, you know? And so it's like, it can't be that interesting because you just do the same thing every time at the start, usually. If you don't do this, you're a dummy because you're missing all the clues. If you do this, then you're just doing this, right? So I don't think that's optimal game design, but it is what it is. Okay, one of these is a 1 because there's no possible 1 here. Oh, these are all odds. Oh, never mind. So these are 2 and 4. This can't be 4 because that would go out of bounds. So 2, 4. In fact, this is 3, 4, 5. It's a 3, 4, 5 right triangle. Kind of like quantity over quality. I mean, yes, but I also just really like playing it. So, you know? So one of these is 2, and it ain't that one. Okay, 3, 5, 3, 5. Oh, 2. 4, 3. Okay. Now what? Oh, that'll help. That'll help. Odd, odd. Only 2. 4. This cannot be a 1. It has to be 5 actually, because it's greater than 4. Okay. 5 is not less than 3. 5. Oh, 3, 1, 3, 5. Bam! Bam! Okay. Six. Don't know. I'm still hungry even though I ate nuts, so to speak. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, like I'm not gonna see that. Get out of town. Get out of town. Is this Sudoku? Kinda. If you get one wrong, can you undo? Yes. Game is very forgiving that way. It costs you a move. And we are way, way, way under par Simone. Might be bedtime soon again. I tell you, people, sometimes it's just bedtime. Okay, let's run it back now that we've solved some things and look for digits again. This can't be 1, so that is there. Oh no, because of that. Oh, dangerous! Don't misclick. Don't misclick. Okay, this cannot be 6. Bam. This cannot be 1. Bam. We don't know about that. All right. And then, oh, there's only one even. Let's check columns. 1, 6, 1, 6, 1, 6, 1, 6. We need our 1 and our 6. There's only 1 6. We need a 1. There's only 1 1. Okay, 1s and 6s are done. They are done. Do I like cashews? Yeah, I like cashews, especially if they're nice and salty. Salty cashews. Oh, that's a 5. Bam. 4, 2. I don't know what to do now. It's a tragedy. Trivial, flowy, gem, and slog in the 4 quadrants. People tend to like flowy or gem. Yeah. Yep. That categorization makes sense. Column 4, I could use the even. Oh, I guess that you said that a while ago. Unless you meant column 5. But let's see. So even. So one of these has to be even. It's either 2 or 4. So we have 2, 3, 4, or 4. Wait, this can't be 4. And this can't be 2, 4. So this is not 4. So it's 3, 4, or 2, 3. Unfortunately, that helps me exactly not at all. Okay, if this is not 4, then one of these is 4. But we really, they could be 4. So, Bottom row needs a 4, and you know where the even number is. What? I mean, 2. It could be 2. 4. 2. Right? 4 could be there. Could be there, could be there. I'm going to start right-clicking till I get better at it. Okay, what was our... We said this cannot be 4. Let's verify. Trust, but verify. So this is an even. One of these is even. Oh, well, this can't be 4 anyway, because this could then not be greater than it, so we know that. So one of these is a 3, and the other one is the other one. Okay, this can't be 3. It has to be greater, strictly. So we have 2 3s, 2 5s possible. Okay, this has to be 3 or 5, right? So this okay, this can't be wait. I don't know. Right, this can't be 4 because that wouldn't be less than that. Let's check the last fans. This cannot be 5. I can get a 3 on the second row. I don't see that. Okay, this cannot be. Oh, it could be 5 actually. Could be. You're saying this can't be 3? Why not? If that's 2. Oh, these can't both be 2. They can't both be 2. So this can't be 3. Alright. Bing. I was looking for something like that. I just didn't. Alright. 4, 5. So that was just waiting there, and then that's a 4. And then we really don't know. We really don't know. We really don't know. We don't know. So many 5s and 3s. If we just get one of them, it'll all come crashing down. That could be a 2. That could be a 2. Column, that's the only 2. Right? Right. 2. That's the only 2 in the row. Okay, wait. This can't be 3. Obviously. Let's see. Right, so this is less than both of these, so this has to be the 3. That has to be the 5. That has to be the 4. 5, 5. 4, 3, 5. 3, 4. Is this a challenge puzzle? No. We're not there yet. I'm getting pretty tired, but we'll see where we end up. Okay. Back up your data. Back up your data. That's a good point. These 3 evens. So these are odds. Unfortunately, this one doesn't really tell us a lot. Let's look for long chains. Any long chain? Any daddy long chains? Not really so far. It's like a medium chain. Medium chain. Chain in row 4 has to be 5, 4, 3 or 4, 3, 2. Yeah, so one of these evens, 2 or 4, is taken up, right? So it's 5, 4, 3. Well, it could be 5, 3, 2. Yeah. So this has to be 5, is what we're saying. If it's 4, we use the evens. That is a good point. Okay. And that has to be 2. Or no, it doesn't. 5, 4, 3 or 5, 3, 2. One of these is a 3, but we don't know which one yet. But we will. We will. That has to be a 6 then. Which is good. That gives us another 6. We like figuring the 6s. Does that give us anything else? Let's see. That could be a 6. That could be a 6. Okay. This can't be a 1 anymore. Check it out. We got diagonals. Diagonal 1 city. Party of 1. Square logic. Party of 1, please. Square logic. Party of 1, please. Okay. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. 4. This has to be 6. Bam. Okay, 6s and 1s are dones. Duns. Duns. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. I think the delay on Twitch chat is just like 3 or 4 seconds. It's pretty short. I'm streaming in low latency mode. The question is, what does that actually mean? So this is 2 or 3. Because it's less than 2 things. Right? Which means this is 2 or 3. It's 4, 5, 4, 5. Doesn't help me yet. Okay, well, if this is 2 or 3, then this cannot be 2, 3, right? It could be 2, 4, 3, 4, 3, 5. So if this is either 2 or 3, this simply cannot be 3. And it also can't be 2. And this can't be 2. Okay. 2, 6. 2, 3, 6. 2, 3, 5. I designed a bunch of levels today. That's another thing I did. Took a few hours, probably. Okay, this is the only 5 that's possible in this row. And that leaves us 2, 3, 4 here. Only one even, only one even. 3, 5. 3 is greater than 2. 4 is greater than 3. 5, 4. Odd. 4 greater than 3. 2, 3, 4, 2, 5, 4, 2, 3. You done the level I gained inspiration from when testing the Schwip. Yes, that is what I did. And I made like 3 levels based on that. It was great. It was great. See, 1 is here. 6 could be here, and it could be here. That is also a 1. Whoops, I meant to hit 6. And I fat fingered it, and I reset the error counter for another 100 levels. This is almost a straight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Except this is 6. Ooh, it's like a nested greater than. That's cute. That is cute. Back up our data. Let's back up our data. All right, everybody, I think it's bedtime for me. I just had a little tiny energy crash. It is midnight time, and we'll be back tomorrow doing some graphics programming. Thank you for coming by. Why is the robot saying weird stuff? Oh, because it's got SVN as a subword. Does the game ever apply multiple conditions? I have never seen multiple conditions. Good night.